Welcome in to the World Championships of Warhammer 2025, folks. We have our first round. Pairings are made. It's going to be a good one. We've got ourselves a bit of a dark horse matchup. We've got Kurnoth's Heralds going into Sons of Elmorn here. So how about we jump on over to the game? We're just getting everything set up here. We have two brilliantly painted different warbands. We've got Vaclav facing against Blake with a Edge and Emberstone Sentinels combo for Sons of Elmorn. So we are probably expecting a bit of a flex play there, right?
Yeah, I would think so. So it reminds me of the Fearsome Fortress play that they were a fan of back in the day, where they want to hold a little, they want to kill a little, mostly just try to make their father proud.
Yeah, trying desperately to make their father proud. And on the other side, we get the new Kurnoth's Heralds. Bit of a dark horse here in the sense that I really haven't seen anyone play these guys yet. So I know they're aggressive, but they do want to stay in their own territory when possible. I got to think seeing the Emberstone across the table is not exactly what you want to see for a warband that is trying to have benefits in their own territory.
Yep.
The Blazing Assault, Countdown to Cataclysm, fairly classic aggressive strategy. Makes plenty of sense in my mind. Should be a fun match once we get everything going here. Sons of Elmorn were one of your favorites, right, Jared?
Yeah, they were. I think the models and the sculpts are absolutely incredible, and I've really enjoyed seeing all of the different ways that people paint them. Vaslav has his painted, all of his cloaks are this beautiful cream color with dark undercoats under their armor with a strong metallic work on the armor itself. Looking really good, crisp and clean, well painted, and well deserving for such a beautifully sculpted warband.
Absolutely.
No, I'm excited to see, like you said, the Kurnoth's Heralds come out. Like you, I have not seen them played very frequently. So it'll be interesting to see how he pairs what he's got going on. So this deck pairing, a Blazing Assault and Countdown to Cataclysm, doesn't really lend itself to staying in friendly territory.
No, then in nowhere are they limited. And of course, the benefits that they gain for being in friendly territory aren't... It's not necessary, right? The game plan can just be, I want to be aggressive, I will go and attack my opponent. Leaving their own territory is entirely acceptable for them. So I would not be surprised if we see him make some strategic charges into enemy territory, perhaps to take out Velmorn.
Yeah. It feels like Velmorn could be the anchor of this warband, providing that extra support, being supported.
Absolutely.
Being able to raise fighters as needed. Taking him out early could be a strong play on Blake's part. And his warband pairing certainly lends itself to that action.
Absolutely.
So it looks like we're getting set up.
Yep.
Cards are being drawn.
Everyone is just getting everything positioned for the game. As we know, there is quite a bit of setup that is involved in getting... and we're just getting ready to use a marker to mark the countdown tracker.
I don't hate that.
I don't either.
I hadn't thought about that, but it's a good idea. Often a counter or token being used to track the Cataclysm counter. If the table gets bumped or the card gets nudged,
yeah,
you could maybe lose track of where you were. I'm not a fan of bookkeeping in the game myself. I tend to forget enough as it is.
Absolutely.
And so having anything that helps me keep the game state well. We've got the handshake.
First roll for the board is coming here.
Got a crit.
Got crit from Blake.
So literally the best and the worst rolls possible for the roll-off.
As you would expect.
Yeah,
and,
I think that's the only option.
So Blake will have choice of board here. Well, let's see what he decides to go with. I have to imagine, yes, and this is what I was expecting. The Spike Claw board, or the Spike Wood board, is likely coming out fairly advantageous here to have the extra rerolls from those Waystone hexes.
Yes.
And being able to have those positional placements on those tokens to try and have the Emberstone tokens end up having to be adjacent so that you have some additional accuracy when your opponent is trying to hold.
Right. All right. So it looks like we've got some action going on in the chat. Aaron commenting that he was not expecting Velmorns. You should always expect Velmorn. The warband is amazing.
Yeah, why wouldn't you expect Velmorn?
Yeah. And then we've got some cheers for Václav coming on. So strong action in the chat. We appreciate you taking time out of your day, night, morning, depending on when and where you are joining us from.
All right, we are getting to our first token placement here from Václav. First token just across the line. Fairly interesting placement there. I imagine that is just to have some tokens that are easier to access from enemy territory.
It may be. It's also not adjacent to any Waystone hexes.
That is fair.
Which is,
there are a few different choices of where to go to prevent that.
Okay, so still close to the middle.
Okay, so perhaps our first inclination of the flex game plan is actually fairly correct in that Václav potentially is looking to play moving forward across the board and holding at the same time. But we'll have to see once the game actually gets started. All right, and those Aqua Garanis tokens, one by Blake placed fairly far in the back and a relatively similar positioning. I think that's going to be very common. We'll probably see people try and place those in such a way that it's fairly hard to get on them.
Yeah, I can't imagine the bait being worth the potential swing of glory.
Appreciate the pronunciation help there, Hansa. Václav. We'll get that. We'll make sure to have that correct.
Václav. There we go.
All right, some deployment going on here. All right, so holding a fairly neutral backline so far. And as expected, fairly aggressive placement from the Kurnoth Heralds.
All right, so here's Jedrin.
Jedrin right up front.
Yep.
The big beefy boy. It makes sense. If I remember correctly, though, he starts out only on 2 swords for his attack, so
he does
a little rough to be right in front.
And he doesn't get the extra flanked results from his father whenever Velmorn has that command counter in play. Oh, so this is exciting to see, where we have 2 fighters starting the game adjacent.
Yeah. It is an interesting feature of this board. It's something I haven't personally gotten to experience yet, but it should be fun.
Off. So Václav's wins the roll off.
Has the choice of if he wants to go first or second.
I'd have to imagine that. Well, so this is tough. We talked about this last night during the Pink Slip matches. With Emberstone Sentinels, maybe you want the last play, but you sacrifice the opportunity to get onto tokens early, which means that you may be in a situation where you find your opponent on the token you need to be on if you don't take that first turn. So he is going to go first. We're going to make a charge.
Getting onto that token, which we had expected that perhaps there was going to be the case of the charging onto tokens.
Oh, and so no command counter, but
not yet.
If this attack is successful, it will inspire 2 fighters, I believe.
A crit.
So it's 1 crit.
And nothing.
Surrounded result, so no successes.
So 2 damage put down, and a drive back.
Yep. That crit Grievous on the initial uninspired attack profile is pretty nice.
And we're just going over a few rules here on the War Scroll to just clarify what's going on.
Spinnerite is asking where Gorchosen is. You're about a year too late, I believe,
Absolutely.
to see Gorchosen on the stream.
And I believe we actually don't have anyone representing Gorchosen this year.
Actually, you know what? I think that you are correct. That is true. I guess everyone was sick of them after last year.
All the new toys. Everyone wants to try something different.
So into our power step.
So we got the Inspires on 2 fighters, as you expected. And we just are having some discussion back and forth about the power step here. Not entirely sure what the decision point is. All right, looks like everyone passed. We're moving to Blake.
Right. Calculating.
This is a great time to just marvel at the painting ability of both of these players.
Yes.
Far better than anything I've ever even attempted.
Yeah, they are 2 great-looking warbands. All right, so we've got a charge from the archer.
Yeah.
I am curious to see if we're going to see the melee attack here. With the
very well could be with the grapple. Wow, and no successes, I believe.
All right, so
and
we
the score for Sally.
Fourth.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Because he held across the round, so getting the surge there. So that makes sense. It's very much that flex game plan, like we were talking about. I think we now have a better sense of what Václav is attempting to do here.
Into our second power step.
Yeah. Blake's thinking. We got a few choices here as to what he probably would like to do. You know, it is slightly unfortunate to have that missed attack because not only does it mean he doesn't drive a fighter off of a held token, but that's a fairly substantial percentage of his total fighters who can charge. And you know, when you're playing that 3-fighter elite aggro, every action matters.
That's true.
The slight benefit, I suppose, is that being a ranged fighter, if he gets to the charged out state, he can still do something with her later on. But not the start that you probably want from a fairly aggressive warband.
Nope.
All right. Looks like we've passed on both sides. Václav is going to take his second activation. And we're just clarifying that we need a charge token there.
Some contemplative play here, which I would expect with the Emberstone Sentinels. You know,
with the positioning that is required for running with Emberstone, I think that makes sense. We're going to get the supported attack here.
Yeah, must be
in the Waystone Hex, no less.
So with rerolls.
So there's the reroll.
Oh, this is juicy. This will be a nice. So we've
with
got
2 successes. And the reroll from the stone.
Yep.
3 successes on 1 dodge defense. A crit would help, but no.
Yep. So 2 damage.
So another 2 damage. We're up to 4 damage already. That Centaur is not long for this world, I believe.
Yeah, it seems unlikely to last much further, but is now out of range for any sort of charge action. Although, well, that's not entirely true. There is the War Scroll ability that allows a +2 move if he really wants to push in.
And we're going to put out Parting Shot.
Oh.
So if one of his, whichever fighter this is that dies, if they are in fact tempered at that time, they will have the ability to get a ping off.
Yep. And what is delicious about this is that all 3 of the smaller Graveguard are always tempered.
They are, in fact, always
2
tempered.
health each.
So it makes sense. It helps out. That extra damage can sometimes go a long way. you know, it does some as a deterrent for attacking a fighter who's currently holding a treasure.
Yes.
But it is not probably going to be enough to deter the attacks when you've got a strategy as aggressive as I imagine the Kurnoth's Heralds need to be employing here.
Right.
So we're back to Blake's power step.
Looked like we were counting some hexes.
Yeah.
Trying to
Could be that
determine.
we both passed at this point and are actually just contemplating how to take this activation. All right, so charge into a re-rolling defense graveguard here.
2 shields.
And he will roll no just
successes,
a sword.
But good.
And no successes there either.
No successes there either. Yeah. So Lekit just said this. So we have.
And we get Indomitable for the missed attack against a tempered fighter.
Yeah.
Always a risk here.
Especially on the two block for defense.
Yeah.
Just getting some comments. Let's make it a point, I think, to call out the results of the rolls.
We can do
where
that.
We can.
We can also try and help with some important dice rolls to just blow those up a little bit. We're gonna get some great speed out. I am curious, who do we think is getting some extra speed?
I was going to say it has to go to Jedrin, who is now 4 away from the closest targets.
Yeah.
After that charge, there is the War Scroll ability to give a further +2.
Yeah.
So if he really wanted to throw Jedrin in,
he certainly has the opportunity to get where he needs to go if that is the desired plan. And I have to imagine now with a few supported attacks, the swords are less of a problem when you can have that support. So Jedrin could be coming in to be fairly accurate here with a fairly high damage attack.
All right, so it looks like Václav is going to start his 3rd.
Although, in friendly territory, the Kurnothi cannot be flanked, so
yeah, that's true.
The flanking is actually not helping here.
2 swords for 3 damage is the most accurate attack. So we have a hammer and a single support. No successes there. Surrounded result for Blake's defensive roll
either.
So not a success, unfortunately.
We're getting a very clogged up corner here. Just a bit of a scrum at this point. I'm curious as to what they're chasing for their end phase scoring, and what the positioning will potentially need to be able to grab that type of scoring.
Right.
If Václav has Iron Grasp, he actually has it on just the 1 token in his own territory. So that could be like an action 4 move to try and grab 2 glory. All right, here we go. Yeah. Jedrin is gonna
one after Jedrin, who is
get it here.
Only 1 block at this point.
1 block, and the flanked is gonna make this attack pretty accurate.
That is a crit and a surrounded. We have got a surrounded result on the defense.
Not going to be a success. We are getting through. I believe it is for 3 damage.
I believe that was the leader, so it should be.
Yeah, and we rolled the crit, so we get critical effort. That is very, very good. It is one of those things. Blazing Assault. You just attack early, attack often, and you'll likely get those dice results that you need to be able to start getting the surges to flow. Deciding about a drive back, looks like Jedrin is getting pushed away a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, successful attack leads to the Inspire.
Yeah, a successful attack that started in friendly territory for that Inspire. Fairly important to start getting inspired here.
Yeah.
Yularen and Cullen are both quite scary once they get inspired. There's a lot of damage potential. The round 2, I imagine, could be pretty terrifying if he manages to get another attack off with Cullen and get that inspired.
All right, so
We are
working our way through the power step.
redrawing objectives, most likely looking at power cards.
All right, so
And both have passed. We are moving on to Václav's final activation here. Gonna just get Velmorn into the game a little bit, it looks like.
move on to
Hold.
a feature token.
Okay, so getting 2 tokens held. One in enemy territory. This could be a play towards slow advance, I believe. Not a card that I am personally a great fan of, but if you can pull it off, it is a good two glory end phase.
Yep. Yeah, it could be that. I believe as long as Helmar stays on that token, that is also supremacy.
Yeah.
As if that's the restricted card that he took.
It could very well be. All right, just a little bit of table discussion about the tracker for Cataclysm, just to make sure it's clear to both players as to where the tracker is.
I wonder what token that is that Václav is using for the command counter. So
I think both players are just thinking about their next activations here.
Yep.
I'm not seeing much in the way of any sort of discussion or power card placement.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So,
it was the situation of not knowing if the other player had passed in power or not.
Yep.
All right,
so
on to the final activation.
It's a move.
Just a move into enemy territory. That is an interesting choice. I would have expected another attack from Cullinan, but he must be playing towards a score here. And
right,
we are
so
putting out
hidden aid,
so he'll have that flanked in both defense and attack against adjacent targets. And a nice play there with the upgrade to place it so that it's most legible for his opponent. And we go to scoring, and there is the slow advance. We are also scoring, I believe that is...
So we've got Calm Before the Storm.
Calm Before the Storm. We have damaged fighters who aren't adjacent, and risky position to have one tempered fighter in enemy territory.
Yep. And then slow advance that you called.
Yeah.
Not a fan, but it seems to have worked out for Václav. So that
can be a difficult play, but if you think you can get there and you can hold that spot, it is worth the 2 glory, and that is a pretty big end phase there for Václav.
Yeah, that's almost as good as it gets.
Almost,
for an end phase.
Almost. Likely seeing some upgrades come out here before we redraw. We're going to have Impervious, okay, so that we can have the ability to ignore Cleave and Ensnare.
On to Jedrin.
Because he's already tempered, so he will benefit from that. Trying to give him as much survivability as possible, given that he's already taken quite a beating.
And is the one fighter that doesn't get to come back.
It is the one fighter that cannot be resurrected.
The unloved son. Sharpened points.
Sharpened points gets Cleave. Not particularly helpful in this matchup, but you know, maybe the guard could come out.
Yeah.
At the very least, it's a deterrent for the guard tokens.
Well, Yularen is on shields.
Yularen is on shields. Well, there you go. So that is the fighter then that you want to be able to target with it.
Okay, set explosives.
But not set explosives because he's only holding 1 token.
Get some clarification.
There's a minimum of 2 tokens need to be held for set explosives. So no score there. But he will pick up the 2 for Spread Havoc, which, I mean, a fairly ridiculous card to be honest. But a slight misplay there. It makes more sense now as to why Blake moved Yularen onto that token enemy territory. He's trying to hold all in 1 territory, but for forgetting that he needed to hold another.
Yep.
I believe he is deciding to forego it for the rest of the round. And I think that's probably a fairly smart play. Trying to hold for set explosives into this matchup feels like it'll be difficult.
Okay, so we're getting accurate.
Yep, accurate is coming out. It is going to go on, it looked like Cullen.
Yes.
Getting that extra reroll.
Aaron in the chat acknowledging that slow advance for a move 3 warband is a bold choice.
It is indeed a bold choice, Cotton.
I think I agree.
Drawing back up, going to likely see the roll off here fairly soon for round 2.
So I think we're at a good pace. Probably about 20 minutes.
And
20 real minutes into the round.
Yeah. And for folks who don't know, these rounds at the World Championships of Warhammer are about 3 hours. So players have plenty of time to play a full match of 3 games. We can just check in here on Blake's War Scroll card. He has all of his abilities still.
Yep.
I didn't think I'd seen anything come off, but just to double check.
Yep. No, it's a good check, and obviously, Václav has not raised any fighters.
No.
Or no, has not used the +2.
All right, roll off.
So we have
2 hammers.
2 hammers.
The underdog.
The underdog.
No underdog
no
yet.
underdog. A hammer versus a surrounded.
And a surrounded. So Václav wins the roll again. Blake drawing another power card. We'll see if he just chooses to take the first activation here. I would imagine he probably will, given the positioning. Cullen is looking pretty scary there. I would think you'd want to do something with Václav or Jedrin before any additional attacks can be put in him.
All right. Yep. So you were right. So he's going to take the first activation.
First activation, but
so
and there it is, Jedrin charging backwards to try and see if he can line up some damage into Ylarn
with the reroll.
He's got the reroll that'll help him on the crackback as well, because the defensive reroll should make him fairly tough. That is a single and a surrounded. The reroll says a crit.
A critical.
So we get 1 success here. And the flanks will help him out. He's got the hidden aid, so that is a tie, but he can drive him back. And the overrun is in play if he'd like to hold that token.
Championships players.
That's an interesting choice, because choosing to take the positioning is certainly helpful for scoring. Aggressive defender, the one situation in which you can do that off the overrun. That's pretty cheeky play there.
It is. It's a nice surge, and it puts him on another feature token that Blake has to be looking at. Now there are 3 Sons of Elmorn sitting on these feature tokens, which is probably not what he wants to see right now.
Absolutely. I think taking the surge is absolutely the right choice here, but staying back on the Waystone Hex could have been helpful to just make sure that Jedrin it's not as likely that Jedrin could get taken out if he has a reroll on defense.
That's true.
But again, I do think taking the surge when you have it on the dice is pretty important.
Right. All right, so Cullen coming in, trying to finish him off.
Cullen likely trying to pick up the kill here and get inspired. So pretty big play. Okay. And we're going to twist the knife for a little extra damage just in case.
Well,
all right, this is a pretty big one.
Roll.
Oops. Let's get in here. It's a pretty big roll.
Make it extra visible here.
Let's see, bunch of dice.
So there's 1 critical, 1 flank.
3 successes, and the reroll says 3 successes. Still very good. The defense back, just surrounded. That is not going to do it.
So that will be enough.
That will be enough. Jedrin goes down, and that was no successes in the defense roll for Jedrin. So we get the perfect cut.
So 2.
But a tempered fighter is down, so power from death. We get 3 extra power cards for Václav.
Oh.
Quite the swing there, picking up the 2 bounty and the surge. And with the crit, he can overrun onto that token.
That,
if nothing else, it helps for blocking out scoring.
right. I think you have to imagine that was about the best roll he could have gotten there.
Almost certainly. He will score behind enemy lines, continuing to hold that token in enemy territory. That first move, picking up 2 surges already.
So still a close game. And
Relatively close, yes.
Jedrin being off the board certainly changes a lot of the damage map for this warband.
It certainly does. It takes a little bit of the punch away, but you know, those Graveguard are not slouches per se. It'll be interesting how the hand dictates the positioning. Can he be aggressive and try and pick up the kills, or does he need to stay on tokens to try and score?
I feel that
going on guard.
Going on guard to give the command counter.
And then Velmorn picks up his tokens so he can provide that support.
Now that is a classic Sons of Velmorn move.
Yeah. A little unfortunate, I feel, that we sort of went back to the olden days of having to take an action with Velmorn to be able to start to apply that bonus. But with some of the other changes to the War Scroll, potentially still an okay decision.
Right.
So after that guard, a little discussion about some fighters. No power cards come out yet. I think we're thinking about some upgrades. We're going to have Agile coming out, give that little extra defense. And it's going on Velmorn himself. Get that reroll, try and keep him alive. And being on guard, it's going to be pretty tough to shift.
Chances are much better for sure.
Quite. Crimson is asking in the chat, is there a schedule of the matches or an overview of warbands or deck combos? All of that is currently hidden, I believe, still in BCP, so we do not have any sort of visibility on all of the warbands currently being played or a schedule besides just what is going on right now in match 1. But you can head on over to the BCP website, and I think you can find the tournament there. I'm not sure if I don't think it's private.
I don't believe so. Well, we'll see if I'm gonna try to drop the link in the chat, and
all right. I believe that's no successes on the attack here from our archer friend. We get a block in the defense roll. And it looks like Blake is choosing to shoot again. This time he has a crit and a success. One block.
One block. Reroll. Oh yeah. So
the
it wouldn't.
Reroll wouldn't make any difference there. He can't be driven back. The overrun's not in play because it's a ranged attack, so no sense in trying to reroll.
Question about the edge of the knife deck. Does tempered apply to all fighters, or is it just the...
All right. We have a great fortitude coming out for Václav. We are going to be applying some extra health onto Velmorn. It makes sense, offsetting the 1 damage he took from the archer shot.
It's a good play. So, Nurgash, thank you for the answer. It is both warbands are affected by edge of the knife, so any fighter that meets the tempered condition counts as tempered.
Wallach is asking in chat, didn't Jedrin's death come from an attack that started in friendly territory? I believe you're correct. Cullen probably should be inspired. We are certainly not going to intervene in the game in any way, but I do believe that was missed by Blake.
And we'll see if the players themselves pick it up.
All right, the charge here, try and pick up the kill.
I think he really is looking for the critical result on the roll.
I believe that is
one success.
One success and
not
nothing.
A success.
There she goes, and she's worth 2 bounty.
She is worth 2. And then, yep. So Velmorn will inspire because he has a command counter. He countered as.
Oh, and that would have meant that attack roll had 2 successes. The
it
flank
did. Yeah,
support,
the sword and the flank.
A fairly interesting board state here. Cullen already being charged out this round. Okay, we get a violent blast just to move Yularen a little bit. With the range 2 on his spear, I believe, right?
I believe that is correct.
That does help with some positioning.
Does.
Try and get a little bit more efficiency out of the attacks here, so he doesn't have to charge to make an attack before his final activation. Get the sidestep, and I believe this is because of the potential for having a fighter get driven off of a token. Just cover up a third and make it a little harder to deny both of them.
Oh,
Lure of battle. All right.
Excellent play.
So helping to deny the positioning for the Emberstone scoring. The adjacency is not. Oh, but that will help because he has hidden aid on Yularen.
Yes.
So he's going to try and fake him out. Try and get a little bit of damage pinged out there. It's a fairly decent
50-50.
Ping is not the underdog though, so we do need to have specifically just the first set of results, and we did not get that, so the power card will do nothing. A decent play to just try and soften up those 5 health bodies though. Contemplating another power card here from Blake. I believe he passed.
Yep.
And so now we can settle
this
in so we can guarantee that we hold that additional token unless he can kill him.
Yep. And 2 defense dice on guard.
Yeah, 2 defense dice on guard is pretty tough. Too close for comfort will be scored here after the power step. It's fairly good when you have a small warband to be able to pick that one up. All right, we should be on to the next activation here.
Yep. This is this will
Blake's
be
final,
Blake's
I believe.
third.
Or third, correct.
Yes. Václav went first. I've got to imagine he's looking to remove a fighter.
Trying to decide probably about target priority as to what to do. He also might have some of those attack surges.
So that is
2 successes, 1 crit.
We have a crit
and
a block.
Success.
It's, and because he has a crit in the roll, the War Scroll for Sons of Elmorn gives them the Raise Shields ability. So now he is on guard.
Yeah, so you can be driven back before the guard token is applied, but
correct.
Still, getting to grab that guard token after the missed attack is pretty unfortunate. 2 block was already really difficult to deal with, and
correct.
now 2 block on guard.
I do appreciate how Thane, the 4th and last, has done nothing this entire game.
Yeah, hasn't moved. He's just like, yeah, you guys got this.
He is.
I'll hold down the fort.
Yes.
Hold down the fort. But, that's sort of the benefit here of having enough fighters where they don't all need to be engaged and potentially don't have any positioning that you need to do. So you just take the activations with the fighters who are closest to the action and leave your others back so they're not threatened by the very large weapons of these centaurs.
Yeah, that axe from Cullen is no joke.
Intimidating, to say the least.
Yeah. All right, so taking a move action.
Just walking back
on the token.
I have to imagine we are looking to try and score supremacy here. We have 3 fighters on guard on tokens. That's probably just an insurance policy at this point, because Velmorn himself is not possible to be killed in a single attack, and the other two, if one of them were to get knocked off, at least the other is going to still maintain this positioning as
Right.
needed.
So, I think the only thing that could change that. Oh, okay.
So interesting that we're gonna just forego fighting over these on-guard multi-block fighters. One
So
success.
one success.
Not looking great.
No
But
success.
two surrounded results is no successes. That's going to be enough to take him out. And being on that Aquagranus token, it is going to be able to get him that extra glory. But the move into enemy territory to be able to score the surge there for
Right. Like applying an upgrade, I missed that. Did you cover it?
I didn't see what the upgrade was either.
Yeah. Okay. So something going on Cullen.
There's the supremacy, as we suspected.
So I would wonder if the play there might have been. I mean, it's tough to maybe attempt to grapple Velmorn off of the feature token.
You can't grapple somebody who's on guard.
You cannot,
because it's part of driving back a fighter. Instead of driving them back, you grapple them, and he can't be driven back. So
he cannot be grappled. Okay, it's almost as if the rules writers of the game had thought of such a scenario.
Absolutely.
And built in security.
Continue advancing the Cataclysm tracker. I believe he is just into 3. We're scoring. Keep chopping. Absolutely.
1. Yes.
And the
Fields of Blood.
Yeah, Fields of Blood was that one. Some small scoring there, and then he'll pick up the Aquagranus.
All right, so clearing things out. So Blake should have one more for the Aquagranus.
Yeah, that technically comes after all the scoring is done. I
believe they're finished.
Yeah, I think they played out all their upgrades that they wanted to, so the Aquagranus scoring should have happened at this point.
So we'll count it on. Well, we'll make a mental note of it on the stream.
Yeah, we can track it here. We get a tie, but with the underdog, Václav is going to be the one who will be able to pick this up. So winning all the roll-offs this game.
The extra cards are nice, but being able to dictate the pace of the game.
Oh, man. Oh, and Blake's just now realizing that he missed scoring his glory for the Aquagranus token.
I think we need
Discussion is happening at the table. Also, that token, after the little bit of stickiness on the bottom of that base, that token did not go back in the right spot. We'll see if either player catches it. We have Dark Horse coming out. We'll get to temper a fighter. I have to imagine that's going on Velmorn.
That makes sense.
And that is exactly where it went. So that, I believe, means that all of his fighters are now tempered. But all right,
so
Kenai coming out, going on Ilaran. Get that extra attack dice. A healing potion. We're just going to get Velmorn back to top.
More than top with that great fortitude.
Well, yeah, with the great fortitude, yeah, but no wounds, and that's pretty important here as we've got some pretty high damage potential from the Kurnothi. Quite a bit of pondering power cards. It looks like
Utter Conviction.
Yeah, Utter Conviction's coming out. That's gonna I believe, put him up to 3 block, given that he's, I believe, just now into the 3rd section of the tracker. 3 block is no joke.
Yeah, that's very good.
Very hard to get an attack through, but at this point in the game, I do wonder if there's really going to be any more attacks going into Yarn. It looks like we are going to just be holding the line here, not being able to be driven back.
And this is for the next activation.
Yeah. There's likely a surge then that is going to score, I would imagine, after the activation here for holding an enemy territory, but we'll have to wait and see.
I have to say that as much as I enjoy Nova, I think the energy at the World Championships of Warhammer exceeds that.
By quite a bit. I mean, you have a very large tournament hall, many hundreds of players here from all over the world playing all sorts of different systems in a very... All right, here we go. We got the attack coming from Yularen.
Yep.
We'll see 3 successes because he's not adjacent, so he's not getting the benefit of his hidden aid. A single block, I believe, was on that defense roll.
Yep. So that will be the end of the swordsman, whose name escapes me, Falk.
So picking up another kill there, but the attrition has been slow, and with only one more charge accessible, I think it is going to be difficult to do much about Velmorn here. A weapon upgrade, I have to imagine that is going to be Desperate Rage. Yep.
Yes.
For that extra damage. Although I'm not sure Cullen needs to have Desperate Rage.
So you could do... yeah, I'm... he is putting that on because I believe he did not inspire.
Oh, because of the inspire that didn't happen.
The missed
Got
inspire.
it. Now that makes sense.
So
all right. So we caught that the token got moved. That's good.
No. We want a proper game state whenever we can. A couple of missed things in this round.
And here comes Cullen with this charge. Is he going to swing?
I don't know that he needs...
I think he's just going to use his axe probably here.
Yeah. He might be using the closer attack, so that is 1 success. Unless he has an upgrade that counts.
No, just the 1 success. So we have the 1 success to 1 success. And he'll score unassailable for not being driven off the token, which, being that he was on guard, that was pretty likely to happen. Especially only attacking with the hooves. All right, so we're all charged out from Blake's side. The Kurnothi going to have some decisions to make here as to how they are going to play out the rest of this round now that they cannot charge again. Yeah, just a nice walk away here from Václav, just keeping his distance but still holding tokens. I have to imagine that's probably the play now for the rest of the round. Valmorn doesn't really need to be attacking. And if he can keep his distance, all the better. And we're back to Blake's activation already. And we're going to go for this attack.
So
we got
2 crits.
Wow, 2 crits and 2 successes. For a single success, I believe, on that defense roll, not enough. He's going to be taking the 3 damage off of that. Fairly substantial hit.
Yeah, that is half of Felmorn's help. So certainly another one of those could be really bad for our king.
It could be quite bad, and I think that's certainly the reason we're not seeing a drive back here. Being charged out, if he were to move his boss,
a +2 move coming in the next activation.
As this is like, I feel that this is likely just so that he can walk Velmorn away. And being that he is charged out, there's not going to be able to be any more attacks coming in if he can get outside of the range of Yularen.
Right, that +2 move.
Yeah.
Certainly puts him there.
Yeah. So I think Václav is probably just going to be playing keep away at this point. He's got that sticky model, so little bit of work there. Yeah, walking away to a safe spot just to try and keep Yularen's spear from finding its home.
So that's his final activation.
Final activation, fairly solid position.
Yeah. The scoring is certainly
Blake will commanding stride, but that is not quite enough to do that. It'll be interesting to see what the play is with that commanding stride. Sidestep, okay.
Sidestep to get back in range.
He already played his lure of battle though, so but he is in range.
The spear
now.
is range 2.
The spear is range 2. Okay, yeah.
So it could
you
be.
You have it. Here we go.
A play
Pretty
for
big
glory.
roll.
I think we need a big camera
here. We gotta get this
here.
one up here.
So we have a crit
for
and
3
2
successes
versus
and nothing with the reroll for just the 1, but 3 successes with the crit. That was going to do it. That's another 3 damage, and there goes Velmorn. That's a 2 bounty attack.
You have to imagine there's more coming.
You have to hope at any rate.
Well, Blake, yeah, for Blake's sake.
Iron Grasp for the scoring.
For 2.
Václav pushes himself up to the 18 here. Let's see. Where do we end up?
So we have
Loaded for Bear and Dogs of War. Only 2 more. Blake falls just a bit short. But a very well played game for both players. It looked to me, when we were in on the early stages of round 2, that it looked a bit like Václav was maybe walking away with this one. And it certainly turned back around, tightened up in the 3rd round there.
I think that's one of my favorite things about this edition of Warhammer Underworlds is how close the games end up being.
Absolutely.
Which is welcome to see. It never feels good to get completely blown out. And I see that happening less in this edition.
Absolutely. You know, there's times when it's, you know, you're playing into an aggro matchup and you see where, you know, people get tabled really early and it is a complete blowout. But I agree. It is definitely not as common anymore. And we have...
All right, so I think we are
recording
score.
Yeah, taking down some scores. They got score sheets. Not entirely clear if folks maybe are going to need a little break or if they're going to get right into game 2 here.
Well, we will keep everyone apprised. Situation. All right, we've got scores recorded. We are going to zero out the glory. Get set up for round 2.
Yeah. That was a really fun game.
No, I have enjoyed watching it, and it has been exciting to see likely my favorite warband in Warhammer Underworld, certainly in the top 3.
It certainly has to be a highlight, being able to see someone very skillfully pilot one of your favorite warbands.
And then seeing the new warband in action was also
absolutely. It's
a lot of fun.
Somewhat enlightening, although the strategy is about what I expected. We're trying to chop and chop often.
Trying to be aggressive.
I would say, you know, I thought with the multiple defense dice on a lot of the Graveguard that it would be fairly hard to get those attacks through, but having almost tabled him, it goes to show that having a attacks with 4 dice and 3 or 4 damage can make short work of just about anybody.
Well, yeah, it certainly does work. So,
all right,
good
we
timing
are
by all. We're shuffling.
getting decks reset.
Helmar is not quite ready to leave the battlefield yet, which is fair.
Absolutely. He was slow to move in the first game, and he's slow to move in the setup sequence here as well. So I think now Blake already reset, but if I remember correctly, Blake only used one of the once per game abilities off of his war
so he
scroll.
used the extra attack.
Yeah, precision volley to take the extra shot, but otherwise I don't remember him using the cleave or ensnare or
the endless hunt, the push, which
yeah.
could have not. I'm not recalling any situations where it could have mattered.
I don't think it probably would have either.
Maybe some opportunities to make an attack and then push onto a feature token.
Yeah.
To attempt to block some of Václav's scoring. Yeah. So Mateo in the chat. Why did Belmorn have only one treasure token? We were asking the same question, but it seems like Václav is going for an aggressive hold strategy, and it worked out for him in game 1.
Absolutely.
And we'll see if we see something similar in game 2, or if maybe there's an update in strategy.
All right, it looks like we've decided we're staying with the same board. Oh, nope.
Oh, so here comes the reset. So Václav gets to choose, opting for.
Team players, you should be finishing turning point 1. End of turning point 1.
There we go. So some good sporting.
I
Václav was going for the
so,
roll to see which board was chosen, and Blake reminding him that in the best of 3 format,
yes,
that the player who lost the roll off in round 1 gets to choose for round 2. Václav, unsurprisingly, well, maybe not. I don't know.
I think that choosing to forego having the Waystone hexes can be beneficial. As we discussed at the beginning of the first game, having those rerolls for an aggro warband can be very strong, and so
removing
that,
those,
I think, can be useful. It was also decided for the purposes of this tournament, and I don't know if this will continue to be the case, but it was clarified by the judges. If you play on the Emberstone board, Emberguard board.
Emberguard, Emberstone, Emberwatch.
Yeah, all the embers.
All the embers.
You do not play with the Aqua Garanis, so that is another factor here. We are not offering the extra glory for the very fast Kurnoth that you could run off to that deep token in enemy territory.
It should also slow the Cataclysm counter because there are fewer feature tokens.
It will as well. Yeah, 2 fewer feature tokens.
So for all of those situations where you want your Cataclysm counter to go up, that will happen more slowly in this scenario.
All right. Hands being drawn here. Bold choice from Blake, playing 2 gray sleeves.
Do they at least have different backgrounds?
They do. They very much do.
Oh, somebody called this out before, and I did not have the context for it. But definitely rocking some Charizard sleeves.
Oh, yes.
Which is fun to see.
I like to see the variety a little bit. I tend to just be boring and go with the sleeves of the same color as the cards.
Yes.
So I don't get confused, but getting some more fancy options in here.
Yeah, I do enjoy the because Václav has some fun artistic sleeves as well. But like you, I tend to be a single color sleeve to match or be similar to the card style.
All right, here we go. First token is going to be placed by Blake, trying to decide where to go with these. Right across the line. Which is an interesting choice after what we saw from the Belmorn player in the previous game.
I would wonder.
Vaslav taking another one in no one's territory. It's no longer required, but for scoring purposes, especially when you have something like slow advance, you have to make sure that it's going to be a possibility.
Right, and I guess he has the opportunity to put another one in no one's territory.
Yeah, I don't think he would.
But yeah,
I'm with you. Go that route, I don't think. But maybe. But he does. Interesting. So now the final token, I believe, will have to go again. We're just going to have the single token on the Sons of Eldmorn side of the board. A bold choice, an interesting choice, especially after we saw the slow advance in game 1.
All right,
so again, with the fairly aggressive starting placement. Having the ranged attack there, though, does give you some options for driving folks off those treasure tokens fairly easily.
Yeah, and she's in position to drive off of 2, 3 if you count the one in her territory, without having to take a charge action.
Yep.
So.
All right. Blowing out on the flank there. Likely to have easy access to objective number 5 there at the top of the board. You get Colin setting up to try and counter that placement.
You know, when the Warband was released, I wondered about the 4 move and why it was not 5 or 5 on the Inspire. But looking at the board setup, a move of 4 covers a lot of the board.
4 is most of the time enough to get where you need to go, but you know, I wouldn't have been sad to see 5 either. I thought based on the description that they would have been.
All right,
5.
so we have a surrounded result
and a surrounded result. We get a tie.
Clearly no underdog, so we
roll
roll again. We have a hammer and a hammer.
And another tie.
Another
how many times
re-roll.
can we keep it going?
Oh, can't see the first one.
And it was a hammer. So we got a hammer, sword. Blake wins this roll off. I imagine he'll be going first. And it looks like he is.
I would think so. Not going first seemed to not serve well. All right, so just a shot.
Just starting with a standing shot, I think this
no
is,
successes.
And a 1 success for the defense. And he's going to take his extra shot immediately.
Trying to plink down, I suppose. So that is a
crit success on this one.
Yep, and then
with just the 1 success in response. So 1 damage and potentially a drive back. And with the crit. That makes sense. Try and get those extra dice.
Yes.
Just to see if we can't get the ball rolling with some of those surges. It appears he decided to forego the drive back, though.
There we go.
Yep, made the successful attack from friendly territory.
Remembering the Inspire. So that we're getting clarification at the table. After an action step, if a friendly fighter began that action step in friendly territory and then made a successful attack, inspire that fighter. Precision volley, use this immediately after a friendly Lenwith's ranged attack. That fighter attacks again using the same weapon.
So I suppose
it's still within the action step.
We haven't moved on to the power step yet. So I believe it is still in the action step. I believe the Inspire does work there.
Yep. And they have come to a consensus at the table as to the result. So that is the way that it will play.
Yes. Lenwith is, in fact, inspired. A solid opening volley.
The precision, you might say.
some contemplation about power cards, and on to the first activation for Václav.
Gonna move.
Going to
Velmorn.
walk forward to grab the token.
Interesting, but it does put out the command counter.
It does. So giving out those supports fairly important. It does mean that Cullen can choose to come up and give him a good thwack. So should be interesting. It's a bit of a aggressive play. But he's going to settle in.
Go on guard.
And go on guard. That definitely helps.
It's at least 2 attacks. And at this point, well, Lenwith could come over, I suppose, and do something, but without any upgrades.
Yeah.
Doing the 5 damage to Velmorn seems to be out of the realm of possibility. All right, another shot coming.
That is a crit success into.
That is
one success.
A crit and
he rolled a flanked and a,
he did
and
roll
a block.
Flank, yep.
So.
Each time you make an attack roll.
Continuing to put out damage, spreading it around here. I imagine he's just trying to bide some time here, softening up a couple targets while he prepares to be able to charge. It's also possible that he has Fields of Blood in hand, that he's trying to work towards spreading out enough damage to have 4 damaged fighters. Just a quick clarification about the stagger there.
Yeah, the bow shot has stagger. So. Oh, and I see Mr. Tabled Noob in the chat. The weather is here. We wish you were beautiful. Oh, strike that, reverse it.
Another move onto a token. Here's we're just trying to hold enough tokens. We're foregoing making any sort of charges at this point.
We're on to. Václav has 2 activations remaining with 2 other feature tokens within walking distance.
Yeah, so plenty of opportunities there. I imagine he's holding there though, and the healing potion just to try and keep from being taken out.
Can't be shot with an arrow down.
Charges from either Cullen or Ilaran would still threaten lethal though, regardless. And we're going to get the accurate, I believe, is what that card was, out onto Ilaran. Getting that reroll. And we're going to reduce attack dice. So I believe what we're doing here is we're trying to set up for a surge for holding an enemy territory. It's going to be pretty hard to be able to shift him when he's got death throws going on.
2 defense dice, reducing the damage. Or reducing the attack dice, not the damage.
Yeah, makes for a pretty inaccurate attack.
Yeah. So
now, you, with having that card be played, sort of have to make the decision. Do you still try and go after that fighter because you want to drive them off the token, but have a very inaccurate attack, or do you change targets and completely allow for whatever might happen for holding that token in enemy territory? It's a well-played and well-timed card from Václav.
Yeah. Blake is weighing his options. Taking his time, which is great.
I have to imagine that the death throws has thrown him off a bit.
It's well said, Phil. Well said.
A much slower start for the game 2, though. 1-0 so far.
So we have a charge into Helmar.
Yeah. So deciding that the accurate attack and
Oh, so a
ooh,
single
but
success. With the reroll from
with 2
accurate.
successes.
I believe this is the
2 successes, I believe, in response. I could not quite tell from those dice. Oh no, it must have been 2 successes, but he gets the drive back. And, there's the score for having the move token and holding an enemy territory.
Yep.
As can happen when playing aggro, the dice can go slightly cold on you at times, and it does appear that is the case. Spinnerite in the chat here. Inspiring Lenwaith. The window is, I believe you're correct, Spinnerite. The window is probably exactly the same. So yeah, probably shouldn't have inspired. But to your point, yeah, they did forget one last game, so making up for it. Thinking through the power step here from both sides. Deciding to pass, charging back in. First charge coming out here this game for Václav. We are going to have just a couple dice. But with the flank support,
Yep. So that is a
one
single success.
And nothing.
So 1 damage.
I'm curious if he would choose to drive back here.
So now
He'll inspire.
Inspire Helmar and inspire Velmorn.
Yeah.
Which makes them both significantly scarier.
Quite a bit.
Velmorn being on 2 defense dice now, on guard, on a feature token.
Yeah, it is exactly what you'd like to see. I have to imagine it's setting up for either a slow advance or a supremacy once again. Taking the final charge here from Cullen, getting a fairly accurate attack here with the reroll. We will see. A crit success.
A success.
It's fairly likely.
It's 2 successes.
With 2 successes though.
So he
can
does
drive
get driven
him off
back,
though.
And he
could choose to overrun if he wanted to. But I believe
not sure what he's looking at, but I believe that I might
possibly a surge. These no
have overrun.
Okay, so no overrun.
Again, I'm not at the table. I don't know what's in Blake's hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So we do make the
there's
decision
the choice.
to overrun.
Had to think about it. Potentially worried about the crackback.
Yep. And
you know, not at all what you want to be. Oh, duelist coming out. Get some additional mobility. This could be a really fun tool to have when you're trying to retake those tokens. Because even
and
if you don't
onto Jedrin.
get the overrun, you can still drive back and then duelist on. Jedrin, fairly inaccurate still at this point in the game, though. And
additional move.
Yeah, picking up that extra move so that he can get over to make an attack against someone who he's going to have the supports with. All right.
Oh, and then the duelist possibly onto.
And then the duelist to grab another token.
Treasure token 3.
It's a well done there with the use of the War Scroll.
So we have no successes.
But no successes. And 1 block in response.
But we will
But
duelist.
there is the duelist as suspected. Retaking the tokens. Holding 2 again. Multiple options for scoring in the end phase here. It's times like this that as the player with Blazing Assault, you really hope that you have some way to push. Maybe a
Lure battle
and
or
a lure battle would be great. A healing potion is what came out, and just get everyone back to full.
All right.
Going to scoring. All right, here we go.
All right.
So holding treasure 3 or 4.
Okay.
Absolutely. It looks like that might have been it though. So just the one, and then impervious coming out again. A fairly good upgrade to have in this matchup because Cullen does eventually, I believe, get access to Cleave.
Yes. The inspired Cullen does get Cleave.
And of course, the leader does have access to the Herald's Pride to be able to have Cleave on demand. So
now the impervious does only apply when they are
so
tempered, correct?
Only when they're tempered. That is correct, but is likely playing towards that.
And then we saw Great Speed come out.
Yep, give him that extra move so he can get where he needs to go. Although I don't know where he would want to go at this point. It feels like being able to hold that token is probably about what he'd want to do.
Yeah, it seems good. All right, and he will
keep
chopping.
Yep.
So that will tie us up. This is certainly a much slower start than the last game.
Much slower game in general. Both sides just picking up small glory here and there. Very few successful attacks so far.
Yeah.
Builds intensity for rounds 2 and 3 here. This roll-off feels fairly substantial. The number of attacks that are already lined up for Cullen, Nilaran, could mean getting to go first, could really get the ball rolling. We're having some discussion about an objective at the table, trying to decide, I would imagine, if that should have scored. Yes, Calm Before the Storm would have scored because he used the healing potion to take that damage off. All right, so he caught that just in time. A fairly reliable card. You know, on initial read, it felt a little odd, but once you work through the wording a bit, it's fairly reliable to not have wounded fighters adjacent to each other. So we see Blake winning the roll-off again with a crit, bit reversed from last game.
It is. Yeah, you have to imagine he's going to take the first turn
I would think, with these attacks already lined up, not needing to charge, he is going to want to take advantage of that.
I don't know if Otzlov did it on purpose, but I appreciate the positioning of Jedrin, that we can see the lovely cross on his shield.
Ah, yes.
On the stream, which I had not seen yet.
Beautiful painting there. Again, both warbands absolutely gorgeous. Oh, okay, so very interesting with the charge to start things off instead of the free attack. I suppose because 4 dice with single supports, so a crit and a success here.
Crit and a success.
Into 2 defense dice with block.
That is
just the 1 block. It's
yep,
not going to be enough. So surrounded. 1 damage, and I believe that's enough.
Not certain where the second damage.
That makes more sense. Getting the overwhelming force, making the attack with 4 attack dice.
Okay. No. Helmar had the 1 damage from the previous round.
Yes,
that's
he
right.
did.
Okay.
And that's why he was able to score the end phase.
So 2 glory for Blake.
Yep. Off the surge and the kill.
Brings us back to a tie game.
Tie game. You love to see it. A lot to consider here with a full grip of power cards and some glory to spend.
No, so by the numbers,
getting to draw his 2 power cards.
Slain.
Well done.
Hansa coming in, painted the the Velmorn in a Crusaders theme, and so he had to remove a lot of the sculpted ornaments from the shields for that. Oh, because the shields do come.
Yeah, the shields
the,
already have him molded.
Yeah, the Soul Blight Gravelord's
yeah, the
bat.
vampire bat skull.
Right. So
but yeah,
extra care and work done.
Very
to
well
customize
done.
that warband. So exciting to see.
Continuing to ponder, having drawn some additional power cards, have even more choices to think about.
Not my favorite game state. I like a very small decision tree whenever possible.
That's very fair, especially when you have to play so many rounds as these players will have to do. That can, of course, make things a little easier when we don't have to think too much.
All right, so we are going to put...
So we're getting that parting shot, expecting Cullen to try and pick up a kill later. It makes sense. Want to set up to, if nothing else, be able to put a little bit of damage out. It'll be interesting to see what the game plan here for Sons of Elmorn is. They're already fairly well positioned on those two tokens, but I think they're going to have to start being a little more aggressive like we saw last game if they're going to deny some of the attacks coming in.
We can't imagine that...
and the confusion to grab yet another token.
That seems...
an interesting choice. I often see players trying to hold that confusion right to the last minute to get the surprise end of the round hold, but in this case, if there's a surge that maybe cares about it or just wanting to have control of the board state early, I can definitely see wanting to reposition now rather than wait.
All right, so here we are, coming into our first activation.
And we are going to get... a little more thinking before taking the activation. It is, as I was thinking, it's a little hard to know what the right play is when you already have the board position that you want. But, all right, we're coming in. Opportunity strikes, getting the extra attack dice here. And with the support. No, yes, with the support.
Yeah, so could inspire.
3 surrounded results for no successes, I believe. Oh, no, there was 1 flanked in there.
Oh, okay.
So he does manage to get the attack through. The question now, would he want to drive back?
So that will, should inspire Thane and Falk?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Which now makes them significantly more.
Yes, makes them quite a bit scarier, quite difficult to shift, as always. Well positioned, I think, at this point. In some ways, Jedrin might be a bit out of position at this point. We have a very accurate Yalaran able to use that spear and keep poking at the 1 defense fighter that's left on the board. And given that he gives up 2 bounty, that may be the ideal target here. But we will see. Cullen may want to reposition.
No, that does not seem to be the best spot for Cullen at this point. All right, so we have,
so we get keen eye on Cullen. It does make me think he's probably going to be charging out of that position. The extra dice certainly helping. more power card consideration. Fairly large grip still for Václav. I think he's and he passes. All right. And as expected, Cullen is getting out of there, and he's going to try and put the hurt on. 3 dice, 3 successes with a crit.
Yep.
Not going to be any way to stop this, but maybe 2 crits. No damage reduction. That will be the kill.
I think
He
even
will
with the damage
get the
reduction,
parting
it would
shot
not matter.
as planned. Softens him up just that little bit extra.
I mean, he's well within kill shot range now.
He is, absolutely.
Or-
But he is going to use his War Scroll ability
smart.
to push away just to keep at a safer distance.
Right. Now only within range of Jedrin.
And Jedrin not being inspired yet, fairly inaccurate attack.
Right. So we've got...
And with the kill, we'll get the reaction for the Power from Death to draw 3 more power cards. I have to imagine Václav might see his entire power deck in this game.
That is a hefty power hand he's holding right now. Yeah, more comments on the streams from the beautifully painted warbands.
Absolutely.
It's great to see. Oh, the Great Speed is Great Speed came out, which you questioned before.
All right, and then we're gonna just push even further away.
Yep, so Violent
Use
Blast.
the Violent
away.
Blast.
Yep. Truly getting out of range of Velmorn, but back continuing to be within range of Jedrin.
I think you're willing to take the bet that a 2 swords attack is something you're just not gonna have to be super concerned about, because between the two, an inspired Velmorn is quite a bit more likely to be able to land that
For
attack.
Certain. To be wondering what tools we have up our sleeves. So we've got...
All right, so the Dark Horse is coming out. That'll be going out onto Jedrin.
Jedrin
so he is now going to be tempered. An interesting choice. I'm not entirely sure if he needs him to be tempered for something that he's planning to score.
Oh. We have not seen behind enemy lines yet.
All right, so we get the setup play, the guard token for Velmorn and his command token. So we're just biding our time a little bit. And
oh, Luckett calling out the plus dice ploy, which may have already seen this game.
Yeah, I believe we did. We already saw it.
But that would be a good reason to make him tempered.
It would certainly be a great reason. 3 swords for Jedrin would be much nicer. Yeah, and here we go with the stab. We get 1 success. A reroll from accurate says, and a crit.
And a success, so no way to stop it.
Jedrin
it's going to take 3 damage off this.
That.
So he is tempered
quite
anyway.
Good, and with no successes rolled, Blake also picks up the perfect strike on that.
This is slowly tilting in Blake's favor.
Yeah, a little bit. Score is still very close. The end phase scoring could very quickly change the field, but I think this game has not been going quite as well for Václav as the first one, and the body language is contemplated from both players, so I don't think either of them are too concerned about their position just yet.
I think if I'm Blake looking at the state of the game right now.
Ooh. All right.
I feel better about this.
And the counter charge. Oh, that is mean. All right, so now a much more difficult attack. It's already only 2 swords, but now the extra defense
so that is
no successes. That is gonna not quite. Oof.
Not what we wanted
to see. I have to imagine that that is not how we wanted to see that come up. Still holding, but I have to imagine this next activation is going to be taking out Jedrin. Or at least attempting.
Yep. So we have a power card coming out.
A power card is the final stand, so I don't think that's going to do a whole lot here.
Just can't be pushed.
It's
Once it's crit Grievous.
crit success.
Yeah. So not clear why we
And
were
nothing.
rolling 2 defense dice. But
And there he
didn't
goes.
matter.
And with that crit, he could even overrun if he wanted to. I don't know that he needs to for any particular reason.
It's an initial 2 bounty for Blake. I missed a surge from him. So certainly turning around. He did commit to the overrun.
Did. If nothing else, just blocking that treasure. Although I can't imagine that there's going to be a whole lot to do here. He's already charged, so the only option is to do something with Velmorn or to focus. Doesn't leave a lot of options. As some might say, he's in a bit of a tight spot.
It's certainly not ideal.
But you'd expect nothing less from players playing at Worlds to have it go close and then potentially push to game 3 in the match.
Oh, so we're going to take the activation to bring a fighter back.
All right, the revive seems like a reasonable choice when you likely don't want to really move away from the token that you're already holding.
Right.
Try and set up for round 3.
Fairly far away from.
Oh, perhaps not.
Changing what we're doing here.
Thinking a bit about.
We're going to move.
Okay, so moving into enemy territory instead. And the sidestep. And then he's going to try and ping Sundering the Realm. So he's got to roll some dice here. Okay, got it.
Damage to Velmorn. Does Thrain see some damage?
And no.
Not Thane. Not. So.
That sidestep play was pretty good. Being able to get back onto 2 tokens when it looked like there wasn't going to be an opportunity.
It could be some reasonable scoring coming out of the end phase here.
Yeah, and there's the Fields of Blood that we thought was maybe being set up earlier. And of course, the Spread Havoc.
Which I believe will get him 2.
Yes.
Applying some upgrades.
I did not get to make out what the upgrade was.
Oh, so we get our slow advance.
And he does pick up the slow advance using the sidestep there. Will that be all?
We're going to discard.
Discarding.
Not sure what that was.
I believe it's Sally Forth from the art.
We can confirm. It does indeed appear to be Sally Forth.
I think that's probably a reasonable choice to pitch
Gallingham.
that at this point. Being able to charge and hold an enemy territory is going to be very difficult given the board state. It's a pretty substantial roll here. If Blake gets to go first, I don't believe he can threaten lethal on Velmorn. I can't remember if he got Great Fortitude out on Velmorn at this point or not.
Not sure that he has.
If he hasn't, this roll-off could be very huge. Players are drawing their hands, reviewing their cards.
Here we go into round 3. Game 2 in the first round of the World Championships of Warhammer Underworlds.
Yes.
Live from Atlanta, Georgia. Getting the game state reset. Activation tokens being flipped.
Yeah. I think
Getting some confirmation on the game state from
Yep.
Blake.
small discussion to understand what is going on as we go into the final round of this game.
Still probably closer than it looks, but the game, the board state.
Board state looks a little bit
If
rough.
I
All
had
right.
to commentate,
The crit. Oh, man. That could be
him-
big. We are having the charge from Blake potentially right away. And if we're correct in what upgrades are out on Velmorn, he has the damage to potentially threaten the kill.
it's true. Could be a big turn.
I think Blake is he's contemplating his power hand, I believe. I'm not entirely sure what the decision point would be here. I'm excited to find out, though.
So charging not adjacent.
Charging to not be adjacent.
This
And
is
we
a
pick
very-
up 2 successes and a crit. I believe that means
2
this
crits.
cannot yeah, 2 crits was the only way to reduce the damage and survive. So
2 shields on the defense.
2 shields, and I guess we'll find out quickly here. Was that a kill, or does he have the health? He does have the extra health, so. Or is Velmorn base 5?
Velmorn is base
No,
4.
base 4, so he must have the health out.
Great fortitude on.
All right, but he is very close now. And that's a bit of a, oh no, with the improvised
attack.
It's a brilliant card coming in.
So,
Nothing.
Nothing.
Reroll
with the
says
reroll.
nothing.
And a critical success
A crit response.
in response.
And he
scoring.
manages to pick up the immovable in response to that attack. Would Blake have another ping in this deck? He could,
He could.
but
We've
would he
seen
run it?
Sunder, and we've seen improvised attack.
Another one from Countdown. You roll dice equal to the Cataclysm value to try and
That's
ping.
right. That's right.
I can't remember the name off the top of my head. We're putting out Agile.
Defensive
I-
reroll seems
I
prudent at this point.
am not entirely sure who that will be on. I
But
suppose
I have to assume
Velmorn,
it's gonna-
just to keep him alive. And that Impervious is going to be coming in handy now, in that Cullen with his cleave is not going to be able to come. Oh, but Cullen is still not inspired
Cullen
either.
is still uninspired.
So the cleave is not going to be able to be a
No,
factor
but you've
regardless.
got Lenwith with a fairly accurate ranged attack as an option.
It is.
So we've got
Desperate Rage going out on Lenwith, so she is now able to also threaten fairly large damage.
40K and Sigmar players, you should be finishing battle round 1. End of battle round 1.
Sorry for all the sound system that we're going to be picking up there, but they have it turned up very loud so that everyone in the hall can hear.
Right. And it, just as a reminder that Age of Sigmar and Warhammer 40K are much longer games than Warhammer Underworlds.
Yes, much longer games.
To each their own. Far be it from me to tell anyone that they should not enjoy something.
All right, putting out Duelist onto Ilaran, I believe, was the card. Oh, nope,
No, giving
changing.
it to Cullen.
Going on Cullen.
There we go.
Yep. And we have Duelist, as we suspected. An interesting choice. I'm not entirely sure why not. Well,
So-
anyway, we'll see.
Oh, a charge.
The
Oh, this
char.
is
Oh,
interesting.
yes, because he could if he can get this attack through, which is a fairly likely attack given the only one dodge on Cullen.
That is
one success.
one success.
And he gets it
surrounded,
through.
but it does go through.
And there
so
goes the kill. That's a 2 bounty pickup.
2 bounty pickup for Václav.
And a lot of upgrades just went down without being used.
And Valmorn.
And the aggressive defender for charging onto the token in enemy territory. Very good.
This is a nice 3 glory swing for Václav. Still within 1-shot territory, but
the score is suddenly very close.
there's
and having already charged with his leader, is now a bit out of position. You can still try and pick up the shot with the bow. And now Yularen is going to have a lot of defense dice.
Yep.
I don't know that that is going to play much of a factor at this point. I think Yularen was well and truly safe, given where we are in the game.
Right.
It's a bit of a nail biter here coming down. I can sense a bit of tension at the table. We just had, I believe, Cleave going out as an upgrade.
Okay, so charging onto the token, attempting to shoot.
And this is a close one. No successes.
No rerolls.
Wow. And with double crit.
Double crit on the defense.
Turn it aside.
It's moments like that at the table where you wish that you had saved that.
Yeah. And he picks up the behind enemy lines for staying alive while holding that token.
And that brings us to a tie.
And it does. It ties us up for the first time in a while. We would hope for nothing less going into round.
Sitting sitting behind for.
Yeah, but quickly making up some ground, and with just a few activations left in the match, we are seeing a pretty tough situation being charged out with both of Lenwith and Yularen. Now Lenwith is in position to keep making attacks, so it is going to have to hope that he can keep dodging those shots. Belmorn does go down. That is a couple of bounty in Blake's favor.
Well, who am I again? Who is one of our locals out of North Carolina commenting palpable pressure, which is
palpable.
All too true.
And just reach out and touch it.
Yeah. Tensions are high at the tabletop right now because.
All right. We have a decision to move closer.
Not
I am
certain what the aim here is.
So it moves him into attack range, but it is possible he needs to hold more tokens in enemy territory. I'll be very interested to see what comes of that. I'm not entirely sure as to the game plan.
No.
It could also be that he's just trying to provide another target to buy some time for Velmorn. And
that is what's happening. It appears that we are attacking Thane.
Some discussion as to which war scroll abilities to use. I believe we're using Cleave. And again,
crit and two
successes and a crit. Blake's dice getting hot here at the end of the game.
So what has happened, and maybe this was part of Václav's plan, was the Velmorn can now activate.
Velmorn can move out of range of the shot. That is absolutely true. And I believe Thane is only worth 1 bounty?
Yes.
So in that sense, I suppose, providing a softer but less valuable target maybe is what he wanted, to just buy some time. Although he's going on guard. So, deciding instead of moving away.
Did we miss a power card to go on guard?
Or maybe he used a power card? Maybe we just missed the power card.
That may have been the activation.
I think it was. I think it must have been the activation.
I think we've seen a lot of the pushes. So
yes, I think both sides
bringing fighter back.
All right. Blake's final attack
Oh, he
here.
can't bring him back anyway. So
Again, with, I believe, 3 hammers. Crit and a success, that is not what you want to see, but the 2 block on guard
that is
with
a
crit and a success.
That
So
is
ties it and can't be driven back. Denies the kill. Gets the branching fate finally on the very last dice roll of the game. Manages to pick that one up.
so still quite close.
Very, very close. The end phase scoring will likely be critical here.
Not sure what Václav could have that could get him ahead. Only one fighter.
Yes, we saw last game that he had hold objectives 3, 4, and he is currently holding 2, so that is not going to be the play. And he is reviving a fighter.
Which
but I'm not.
Should not be possible.
In the chat, Velmorn ain't here, no Bell.
Nope. It's true.
Not going down today, not yet. All right, we're going to scoring. We're counting up. We're up to.
So we'll go up 3.
So Wreckers and.
Then we get.
And he just gets the risky
risky
position. So Blake will take it in game 2, forcing a game 3. Well, I keep saying forcing. I think
we will play all 3 rounds regardless because
Play all 3
scoring
games.
matters for countries' overall standings throughout the course of the week.
Yeah. And I think this is also because they want to track scoring for all the participants of all the countries, not necessarily just for your game system.
Correct.
And for your tournament. So yes, I believe we would be playing all 3 games regardless, but going in tied for the final game.
Right.
I think we saw that what can happen in this game is that the dice make quite a bit of a difference. The first round, it was all defense dice, and the last 2, it was all attack dice. And that's all it takes to swing the game.
And I think what we saw in game 1 was more aggression from Václav, which helped to remove more game pieces from the Kurnoth's Heralds.
Not being able to clear fighters quite so quickly as makes things a little more difficult. So we can reset here for game 3.
Game 3. Which one? Oh, wrong button. Moving into game 3. Sitting on round 1.
Absolutely.
Updating the feed. Keeping things moving.
As they're doing their setup, can you just make sure that Václav gets his objective card back into his deck for shuffling here?
That is something that we can intervene on for sure. Let me do that real quick.
Would not want to have our competitors go into the game missing a card. That would be unfortunate.
Yeah. That is a not in the middle of game state moment. I think that it is appropriate for us to say something.
No, I don't think we're affecting anything by making sure both players have all their cards.
So
what a great match to start things off.
I know.
I have been thoroughly entertained. It's been very fun back and forth. Not either of the warbands I was expecting to see here this weekend, but very good nonetheless.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch, and sometimes difficult to remember that I am streaming and should also say things instead of just enjoying the moment
Yes.
while I
Yes.
watch the game.
Getting captivated by the players and their play and forgetting that we're supposed to be saying things.
That's right. Quite the different experience than a podcast where you have a plan and maybe even some notes or a script
Absolutely.
that
Absolutely.
you're sticking to.
And doing it all live.
Ah.
Just fill in a little bit of just extra notes for folks. We got about 5 or 6 different streaming crews all set up around us, all the different game systems. It is lively over here.
Yeah.
Filming, fancy setups,
Yeah.
everyone having a great time. I believe I see a full bottle of wine at one of the 40K tables.
That is fantastic. Yeah, we've to our left there's 2 Age of Sigmar tables, it appears, and 2 Warhammer 40K tables. And then behind us, or behind our players, there's, I see at least one other Age of Sigmar table. And then we've got, I think, maybe 2 Kill Team tables, or it could be a Kill Team and another Warhammer 40K table. So
I believe that is the case.
no lack of streams for any of the game systems that you may be interested in. I believe that all of the live streams have been linked on BCP and the Warhammer community page. So
I believe that is true as
you
well.
want to turn on multiple YouTube channels and inundate yourself with sound and gaming,
So
you
Blake
can find the links there.
choosing to send us back to Spitewood, so we'll have those extra tokens in play. A slightly different, well, no, I was going to say a slightly different token setup, but actually very similar. We end up with just the 1 token in Václav's territory once again. The Aqua Garanis coming out. Again, towards the back line. And near a Waystone Hex on Blake's side of the board.
Yeah, I think that's fitting.
If you want to be able to dislodge someone off of that token, that's certainly a place for it to be. I'm a little unsure if that's the choice to make when you are able to position it in your own territory, but we'll see if it comes into play at all.
All right, so Thane positioned to be a little bit more active in the Spitewood than he was in round 1.
Positioned, certainly, but he may decide to be lazy once again.
Just stand around. Slightly less aggressive deployment of Yularen. We see Velmorn go to the same spot.
Yes, and as I was wondering, seeing that we're having Lenwith be forward again so she can take those free shots to start, I do wonder what that means for having surges in hand to start. We could be looking at trying to pick up something like critical effort once again on those early shots.
Right. I'm curious.
Ooh.
Oh, we're stacking.
All right. And so all shifted to just one side of the board, making things very dangerous for that side.
Slightly less aggressive deployment from Václav. Going into our round 3, we see the handshake. Love to see the sportsmanship.
Absolutely.
We have a critical result and the sword.
And the sword. Blake will take it and have the choice for whether to start us off in game 3.
Have to imagine that that we're going to want to go first. Get some charges, get on tokens. I think early aggression seemed to work out well for him.
If you can land the attacks, it certainly does help. I think the way he opens, it'll probably be telling as to what's in his opening hand.
Okay, so
starting with the bow shots again.
Shooting at Falk, there's one success.
And one
critical
crit.
Success.
So no drive
shields
back,
up.
Gets the shield up. That's pretty great. Taking the second shot
so
right away.
Thane.
A crit success this time. And 2 surrounded, so that shot will go through.
Now
deals the damage, gonna drive back.
Just the drive back.
And gets stuck in. Very easy surge.
It's,
the easiest surge in the game, probably.
It is, I agree. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be successful.
Yep, just attack someone in enemy territory.
I'm a big fan of that card. Mostly because I'm a big fan of aggro, and it
Very
is
fair.
an instant score.
If you're going to be running Blazing Assault, I feel like it's almost an auto include. You
Yes.
pretty much have to take it.
I would have serious questions if it
What-
wasn't in the deck pairing.
Why are you not taking it? It's not restricted. All right, so we have some
And then-
choices for power here.
Whether it is the right ruling or not, they are consistent in that Linwith did inspire again.
Yes, I believe chat was correct though that the timing should be working out, that does not work, but we are not going to intervene. We are not going to try and affect the state of the game.
No. Questions from the table. If the stream could hear chatter at the table, no. We confirmed with them.
No, cannot hear.
They are safe.
Some contemplative
So,
power step here.
Václav finds himself with a bevy of power hands again. Power cards in his hand, trying to decide the best maneuver. I think one of the cool things that happens here is a lot of interactions with people from different nations speaking different languages.
Absolutely.
I remember watching the stream last year and having to work through some language barriers on cards or rulings.
Yeah.
So first activation with a move from Velmorn. That is a classic Sons of Velmorn first activation.
We have, it is very much so, and we've seen that positioning from Velmorn quite a few times. Just walk onto a token in no one's territory, fairly far away from the action. Just set up for future scoring, and not be in too much danger for doing so.
To imagine we have time, we can take time.
Yeah, when
Really
you,
be thoughtful about our activations here.
Absolutely, you get these longer rounds. Everybody can take the time to make sure they've thought through everything.
All right, so another shot, no charges.
Yep, just shooting more dice. Just the one
Success
and one success in response. We'll drive back, but no damage.
Does prevent Helmar from being able to charge onto that feature token.
Yes, keeping these fairly slow skeletons a little bit further away from these tokens. So we did just see 3 different facings on that roll, so it suggests that we do not have a
Branching Fate in
Branching
hand.
Fate is not in hand, yes.
All right, so passing power onto the second, a move
Just walking
on
onto
guard.
another token. Well,
That is
being on guard, very, very hard to be moved from that position now. And if he has it in hand, that's Iron Grasp. Pretty much guaranteed unless they can get in there for the kill with Cullen, which he will be next to a Waystone Hex, so not entirely out of the question that the 2 hammers with a reroll would be enough. Still not great odds.
Right. Actually, I believe that we have an app for that now. I didn't see what that upgrade was either.
I couldn't make it out. Only got to see the art for
Hidden Aid. So even more accuracy. Okay,
Death throws. So fairly unlikely that that fighter is going to be the target of the next attack.
Okay, interesting. So is it? Okay. So communication as to how the card worked itself out, whether it was any tempered fighter or if Václav had to choose. The card does say to choose a tempered fighter. So So we're going to charge. I think Václav is ready to. All right, determined
with the
effort coming out.
Extra dice. Making for a pretty scary attack here.
So this is now 3 dice with a reroll. So that is
2 successes. The reroll makes it 3.
3 successes. So we need a critical result on the dice here to stay alive. Do not get it.
I believe that's not enough.
It is 2 successes.
But he needed the crit.
He did it. Yeah, he needed the crit. Yep. So that is another bounty for Blake. That is a successful attack and action from Cullen. We did not miss the Inspire this time.
Not this time, no.
And a good early start, I think, for Blake.
It is certainly a start that you'd like to see. As we've seen in the other rounds, it can certainly change in an instant. But as the aggro player, I think you definitely like to see the ball get rolling in your direction quickly.
And then the pullback,
yep.
using the War Scroll ability.
Use the War Scroll to get back and hold the
token,
deny some positioning. John asking in chat if it is 1-1. Yes, for matches we have 1 win to both sides.
If you did just join, one of the things that they do at the World Championships of Warhammer for Warhammer Underworlds is they ask the players to play all 3 games because game wins and tiebreakers matter for overall country score across all games played, which is really what this competition is about. We are, of course, most interested in Underworlds, but this is the World Championships of Warhammer.
Yeah,
so,
not just Underworlds.
That's right.
So, as part of the reason why we get these 3-hour rounds as well.
So, contemplative power steps once again.
Absolutely. Lots to think about. The board state certainly is not one that you love to see. We're deciding to use the revive early this game. I think that's probably wise, given that the last couple games it's been hard to have much of a use for it.
Yep. And then he spins the command counter and then immediately places it back because he used a core ability.
As the rules allow.
So we now have a 0 bounty fighter, which is not as juicy of a target.
Not at all, and makes for some awkward situations of trying to drive that fighter off of a token when you know you're not going to get any bounty for killing them. All right. I believe, given that we're counting things out, yeah, we've both passed in the power step, moving to put some aggression on Velmorn.
Which is so as the only fighter holding a feature token at this juncture. That is
one success, the reroll, just one success. All right.
Velmorn uninspired is on 1 defense die. He does
but will get the block.
He does get the block, but he does get pushed.
Yes. So no longer holding in no one's. That makes for some tough positioning. But we did see quite a few pushes in Václav's deck, so he could get back on without having to move again.
Certainly not in the position he wants to be in right now, holding no feature tokens.
I would have to assume so. No, this is probably not what his deck needs from him right now. It's actually fairly difficult to get to a lot of them now because they're being covered up or are behind some of Blake's fighters, and you really don't want to have to just run fighters directly into the teeth of these fighters. We saw a fairly aggressive game plan in game 1 from Václav, and since then I feel like it's been fairly subdued in terms
Yeah.
of charges and trying to put out damage. I wonder if that was a conscious adjustment or just falling back to what the hand is dictating.
I would have to imagine that he's looking at his hand more so than anything else. Getting some confirmation between the players as to the game state, confirming that Václav has not used his +2 move ability.
Correct. Yeah, after seeing that be used to great effect in the last game, I think that Blake has got to be very conscious of that one.
Right. Got to curious, yeah. So we're going to
but he's going to use it now.
Yep.
And take a very quick
Oh,
move to go grab a token in enemy
Grab
territory.
a free bounty.
Yeah, get the free bounty off that Aqua
Now,
when nothing else is going right, go get some water. Take a break.
That's right.
Regroup.
Now we have the dreaded 0 bounty fighter on an Aqua Garanis token.
The horrible choice. Do you go and drive off? So we'll score, keep chopping.
All right, so at the end of the round.
We need to advance the Cataclysm tracker. I'm sure Blake will remember to do so shortly.
Got an upgrade.
Putting out Great Fortitude,
Great Fortitude
onto his leader.
I think that may be the first time that we have seen that upgrade.
Oh, actually, putting Great Fortitude onto Cullen, not onto his leader.
Oh, we're discarding.
That's the... I don't remember the name of that one. It's a ranged attack.
Yes.
So we get Calm Before the Storm, because we have 1 damaged fighter.
And those fighters are not adjacent.
Yeah. Well, and with only the 1 fighter with any damage,
yes, correct.
Scored by default. So.
And then we're scoring the additional bounty for the Aqua Garanis. So we are tied up.
Tied up. With some fairly interesting positioning, though.
Yeah, no fighters out of action.
Yeah, no fighters currently out of action. The board state is, I'd say, still probably in Blake's favor right now, though, with an inspired fighter with upgrades. Putting out Parting Shot.
To Thane.
Going on to Thane. Given that he's already taken a damage, it makes sense. And then some great strength on Jedrin. Ooh, on Jedrin. All right, so he wants to hit really hard.
That is bold.
Now,
I like it.
It's bold. It is very interesting, though, because in most matchups, you would have a pretty reliable flanked option for Jedrin to be able to make that 2 swords attack more reliable. But in this matchup, that's actually fairly difficult. We're seeing a discard there before the draw. Fighters with charge tokens can't be driven back. I can see why you would not take that for the rest of this match. Not going to be very many opportunities to charge onto treasure tokens.
Right.
So just trying to draw into probably something like more pushes is probably more effective.
Oh. You want your sidestep. You want confusion. Oh.
We get the single and the hammer. So Blake wins yet again, continuing his streak, having the choice. And I think he's going to probably go first.
There, it's getting the Cataclysm counter.
And remembering he needs to track his Cataclysm. Being able to increase the speed of that Cataclysm tracker is quite something. Although knowing that we saw from last game that he has wreckers in his deck, it's actually interesting to me that he is continuing to choose the Spitewood board.
Right. Yeah, maybe his aggression plan doesn't rely on that bounty.
Possibly.
All right, so contemplating.
It looks like Blake has chosen to go first, but we're not quite sure as to what the move is yet.
Yeah. I
imagine having that fighter in the back of his territory is what's giving him some pause. How do you move forward and deal with the fighters in front of you, or do you retreat to get him off Aqua Garanis?
I think looking at the board state with 3 full health fighters, I think you can just ignore that fighter
Possibly.
to not waste the activations.
Probably.
Uh,
But that extra glory adds up, so
it
might have
does.
to take a pot shot or something to try and deny that later on. Charge into the Waystone Hex to get the reroll. Try and pick up the kill at range.
Yeah. And parting shot, is it whenever they're taken out of action, or does it have to be melee?
Can't remember. Oh, and we get 3 successes, one of those being a crit. This is going to be almost impossible. Or no, completely impossible
Completely
to stop.
impossible to stop.
Yeah, that is just going to happen.
Yeah, and then
he rolled the crit for the critical effort.
Yep. And then parting shot is wasted because.
So picking up the bounty for the kill and the bounty for the surge. In response, the power from death to draw a few more power cards. Keep that hand stocked, and hopefully have all the tools he needs to be on tokens when we get to the end phase.
There we go. Doing a quick assessment of the glory state, the mid round, which I appreciate. I have trained myself to do it.
Checking in with each other just to make sure that nobody's missed anything. That looks like Duelist coming out onto Cullen.
Which makes sense.
I feel like with Cullen only having a ranged 1 attack, it's an interesting choice, but there could be reasons for wanting to do that. It's also possible that he's holding loaded for bear in his hand.
Oh, that's true.
And he's just decided that I'm more concerned about scoring than I am about using the ability to its greatest effect.
Yep. And we just saw an upgrade go on Jedrin.
And I imagine that must be great speed because he didn't spend any glory to pull it out.
There we go. Context clues. They matter.
All right, first activation for Václav. Really difficult choice here, I think. All those tokens on the top side of the board are threatened right now by Ylarin, and Ylarin is standing in a Waystone Hex. Makes him pretty tough to deal with.
No opportunities to attack from a feature token for Jedrin or.
Jedrin can make. Yep. All right. So we're thinking about this.
The great speed.
Trying to hit Cullen. Deciding if that's the right placement.
2 swords.
2 swords. And we don't have the command token, so no successes. And even with the dodge for 1 success from Cullen, so no drive back, no success.
Have we yet to see Jedrin land an attack?
Yes, we did. At one point.
At one point.
I think it was last game.
Yes.
He made the long. Or it must have been game 1, I think, actually.
Yes. Maybe that's the marker. Whenever Jedrin lands his attack, Velmorn wins.
Could be. We'll have to gather some data later. Test that theory.
We'll follow Václav around for the rest of the week.
Putting on accurate, I believe, onto Ylarin again. Those rerolls making some pretty scary spear attacks there. But Cullen is just going to stand and swing away here. He's got cleave, and he rolls a crit success. It's pretty tough.
Get a crit.
The crit denies the overrun if that was ever going to be a consideration, but I have to imagine he probably wasn't too concerned.
I believe that he should go on guard. I believe Jedrin has the bulwark. Oh, no. Yes. Yeah, so Jedrin should have a guard token.
But it is a reaction, correct?
Yes. Yep. Use this immediately after a friendly fighter's attack. All right, so we have fake out.
And a fake out, try and get some damage out. I believe that the dice roll, I I didn't quite catch it, but I believe that was not a success.
That was a surrounded
yes.
result.
Healing potion. We're going to try and get Jedrin healthy again. And we roll the block.
Oh, so getting to
So,
peel
very good.
2 damage off of Jedrin is
That is a big deal.
somewhat ideal at this point.
I'd almost think that you really needed that, in fact. I think at this point, if Jedrin were to go down, I'd be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, just from a bodies.
Yeah, just having enough bodies to cover up tokens, right?
Right.
I believe we're waiting on a decision from Blake after that healing potion. I'm sure that's changed the math for him just a little bit.
Right. Staring at that no bounty fighter sitting on an Aqua Garanus feature token.
Yeah.
And Jedrin with almost all of that damage taken away.
And fair to point out again, fairly low-scoring game, still very close. We haven't seen things take off like they did in Game 1.
No big end phases from Václav yet.
No, not anything yet. Not a lot of surges scored either. It's just been some small hits here and there and a couple things, but overall a bit of a slower start to both Game 2 and 3, which probably helps Blake a bit in that he can keep slowly chipping away at these kills, picking up the kill glory, and not having to worry about the big jumps from things like Supremacy and Iron Grasp.
Yeah, it seems like the right call. Good judgment about the game state. So I'm not sure how many viewers we have right now, but if there are any specific warband or player requests that you would like to see on the stream over the course of this week, we'd be happy to take them. Cannot guarantee that we can accommodate them, but knowing what the viewers want to see could help inform some decisions that we make, decisions that the event coordinators make.
To that point, we would certainly like to represent a number of different countries, a number of different warbands, and we've been told that the ideal scenario would be to have some of the best paint on stream, and I feel like we've managed that here for Game 1, certainly.
Yeah, we already have a success getting well-painted warbands. So, yeah, good. Requests coming in. Thorns, Elethanes.
All right. Thank you, folks. We love to hear the feedback.
So 2 votes for Thorns.
40K and Sigmar GT players, you should be finishing Battle Round 2. End of Battle Round 2.
Both. Oh, I believe we were in a situation where both players thought they were waiting on the other one in the power step. So the deep contemplation was perhaps just a communication error.
So we're looking at, should be Blake's 3rd activation. So another request for Carini. Daniele, I believe. It's his first name, who won last year. I think there have been multiple requests, both on the stream and off the stream, to see if we can get him on. So we will do what we can.
All right.
Go on guard
so
with
we've
Velmorn.
decided a guard token for Velmorn is going to be the activation. I think, given the board state, that's probably the safe play. Try and force activation on Blake, although Cullen's still in position to keep chopping, so I'm not entirely sure what the play is there.
Right.
But I don't have a ticket and these guys do, so I'm not going to second guess their choices.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to be proven wrong, and probably likely will be multiple times throughout the week. Just enjoying the spectacle, the energy.
All right.
Confirming.
So we're getting the commanding stride, being able to...
to be within range.
All right, so now Lauren is in range to stab at Velmorn with some support.
Yep.
Or not Velmorn.
Jedrin. Yes.
And he'll score too close for comfort off of that push as well. Very well done.
Lots of good play coming out.
Absolutely. So we're attacking. I believe
one success.
Yeah, only the one success. And
Not
no
a success.
successes. That is unfortunate.
So the 2 damage goes back on.
Putting him back in kill range.
That's right. 3 because he's inspired and has Grievous on his war scroll. On his fighter card.
Oh, the attack I think came from Cullen, yeah. So. Ooh, improvised attack coming out here. This is going to be big. This could be the kill on Jedrin.
It's a big roll.
1 crit.
1 crit.
1 block.
Shield.
Oh.
So it
saves
denies the attack.
That's twice that Blake has tried that in this match and has come up short both times. That's got to be a little bit frustrating. The power step is back to Václav after that attack. Unclear as to the path forward here, I think. And so having to decide, we get the side step, so we're going to choose to move Jedrin. Interesting. Okay. I'm curious as to what the play is there, wanting to move closer to Jedrin with that side step. I have to imagine that Blake is maybe also a little bit surprised at that sidestep.
I think, do we see a charge from Velmorn coming at this point?
That does appear to be what we're doing.
Try to get an inspired Jedrin.
Yeah. He's 1 success and 1 success, so continuing the standoff. Yes.
No, so we'll do the drive back.
Well spotted, Rob. And the impervious. Coming out again.
Yep. So on to Velmorn.
Yep. Keep him alive when possible, although he's still not tempered, so. Oh boy.
Oh, violent blast.
Now he didn't push Velmorn. I
think eyes on the prize of taking down Jedrin.
I believe though that that card is phrased in such a way that he has to push all the fighters adjacent to that text.
Oh.
But 1 success. One
There's
success.
a shield.
Was he using cleave though? No. All right. And with the drive back.
And staggered.
And he gets his step by step
Step by step.
because he is the underdog. Judge is just informing the table of about a half hour left for their game.
Which is reasonable. I think the number of fighters left on the table leads to a potentially slower gameplay.
For sure.
So another charge. Maybe I think we're likely fishing for an overrun here.
He got the crit.
Got the crit.
Oh,
the
and
block.
the crit in response.
So he can still drive back.
Brutal. He could drive back. I don't know if it really makes a difference, though. Yes,
there's the
no
confusion.
drive back so that he can confusion.
Yep. So 2 fighters on feature tokens. At the end here, no more activations remaining. This there's potential for this to be quite a large turn for Václav in the end phase.
It very much could be. Some of that benefit of getting to go last. The Hounds of War, because he got the kill this round.
All right, so discarding.
Oh, I think he is just discarding Hounds of War. All right.
So
slow advance.
Slow advance.
So picks up 2.
Risky position. We'll do 1 for.
No, Blake must have scored that Hounds of War. Blake's at 7, so.
Okay. Yep.
And then the Aqua Garanis.
Yeah, I think we counted. He just counted the.
He counted it already.
So,
all right.
Yep. So he's got. Yep. So he scored 6, but 2 now off that Aqua Garanis.
Yeah, continuing to be incredibly close, but that Aqua Garanis glory, it adds up. You know, I mean, if you consider it to be an extra end phase that you're scoring in the game, at this point it's an extra 2 glory end phase that he's essentially had. That's big, and if he can hold it one more round, an extra 3 glory end phase, that's quite substantial.
So scoring supremacy again.
But
all right, resetting the game state.
Not having
round
been
3,
able.
Roll off here. And Václav win 1.
Large
We got a sword and a crit. So Blake gets it.
Again, Blake continues his run of getting the choice.
Yep.
I have to imagine he's going to take it here.
Yeah, Václav with the potential to see his whole power attack again.
Yes. Now, I think the choice has to be here. Who do you use to try and pick off Jedrin? Or do you send someone after Velmorn here? He has multiple fighters who have free shots on Jedrin, so I would be a bit surprised. Yeah, and here it is with the ranged attack from Lenway.
Yeah, fairly accurate attack.
Fairly accurate. 2 successes, reroll because of the Waystone Hex.
Yep.
Still just 2, but 2 you need.
Is all that's needed.
With
does not
only 1 health left,
change anything.
It doesn't make a difference. The stand fast won't save him.
That's an additional.
Picks up the 2 glory for that kill.
2 glory.
Putting Blake ahead once again. Feels like a game that's going to really come down to the wire.
It does. I think the dice for this last round are going to be more critical than
absolutely
any of the dice to this point.
Okay, Utter Conviction comes out into Yularen. He'll have 3 block now. But again, I'm not really sure that attacks were going to be coming out too much, just because with 5 health on all of his fighters, and I believe 6 on Cullen with the Great Fortitude.
Removing them, especially without Jedrin.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult.
At this point.
All right, drawing 2 extra power cards
Okay.
by the numbers. Just keep fishing.
Certainly going to see whatever tools he needs.
Yeah, that confusion came in clutch last round, and I imagine that came off of some of his extra power card draws. So
Yeah.
have to keep hoping that you have the tools at the right moments for those end phase scores.
That's right. So some questions in the chat. We've got a request for Ember Watch. They were on last night, so you can go back and watch the recording of the pink slip match. And then asking if what underdog rule is being used. Well, we have to go with I guess the new one, the current rule, based
current
on
rules.
fighters out of action,
Yeah.
bounty out of action, not total bounty scored. So quite the close
right.
match.
So decent amount of power step contemplation after drawing those cards.
Making sure we understand where everything is.
All right.
All right, so Václav taking his first activation.
Here's that it's just going to be a guard. Tough choices, though.
Yep.
And it goes on Velmorn. And I think that makes sense, because that does give you the option then to get that command token.
Right. Interesting that the command tokens do not help on defense in this edition. Which I think that I had missed. So it's only when they make an attack roll that the leader is counting as being adjacent. Oh, it's an interesting choice there to go after Velmorn.
It is very interesting,
charge.
taking the charge instead of just staying pat. But I suppose if he's worried that the score is going to be very close, the two bounty might be the deciding factor.
So we're opting for Grievous. The great strength.
3 successes, including a crit. That is
impossible to stop.
Yep, coming through.
So that's 4 damage with the Grievous.
And 4 damage with the kill.
So that's
that could be it right there.
There's 2 bounty.
And the 4 dice attack, so you got the overwhelming force on that as well. That was a big attack, getting that through a 3 glory swing and pretty deciding change in board state. Feels a bit like things are slipping away at this point. 2 fighters left to try and hold some tokens and score a bit here, but I believe that means supremacy is no longer in play because the raised fighter has 0 bounty.
Correct.
We don't have enough bounty left on the board. And we're not going to be able to, I don't know if it's in the deck, but we are not going to be able to get everyone tempered.
Everyone is tempered because they both have 2 health. Oh, all the other fighters. All fighters tempered. Yes, that
to try and
seems
score
unlikely.
3. So it's not going to be able to be in play. So if either of those were sort of the hope.
Right, so opportunity strikes.
Gets those rerolls. Or get the extra attack, the reroll on defense in the Waystone Hex. We have 1 success.
1 success.
And no success, but a reroll from the Waystone Hex, maybe? Oh, no? Chose not to reroll, I guess.
Likely missed the reroll.
Which could just be because it's not always visibly apparent on the board.
Right.
Having the green outline on a green board.
Big damage. Love to see it. Yes.
Yeah.
1 damage going through.
All right. So we saw an upgrade go out. I did not get a good eye on it.
Right,
Last stand, so no drive backs for tempered fighters. I'm not sure if that's going to make much of a difference for this attack that's coming. But have to try everything at this point.
Do whatever you can.
All right, and we're going into Blake's third activation here. Opting for the charge into the Waystone Hex, trying to just get another body off the board to deny that Aqua Garanis. Quite a few dice here. And again, with two successes and a crit.
2 successes, 2 block, but not enough.
No, not enough. There he goes again.
No bounty for the kill.
No bounty because of the raise, but denying the Aqua Garanis. At this point, it looks like healing potion just because, I suppose.
Yep.
Again, doesn't make a big difference. I do suppose this leaves us in a spot where the play is probably 2 bow shots to try and take out the last fighter here for Václav. And so in response, he goes on guard just so he can keep holding. He might have Iron Grasp here in hand, but
would not be enough.
Being down by as much as he is, I'm not sure that's. And instead of attacking, Blake just takes the guaranteed glory and goes and stands on the Aqua Garanis, which is probably the smart play.
Seems a reasonable play.
Václav moves in response, so he doesn't have the Iron Grasp.
So, yeah, probably looking at hold 3 or 4.
Yeah, most likely that's the scoring. That hold 3-4. So loaded for bear, fairly easily, and the Aqua Garanis for 2.
Correct.
And yes, good call with the hold for 3-4, and that does it. That's the game.
Yeah, still close. Not as close as you would like.
Right up until the end, though. Yeah. As we sort of suspected, those last couple attacks made a big difference and sort of locks it down. So that'll be the game. Well, that is round 1 in the books for us. Finishing just slightly ahead of schedule. I'm sure that one was a bit exhausting for our players.
A lot of contemplation happening.
Yeah, lots of thoughts. Lots of positioning, some back and forth dice. It was kind of everything you'd hope to see in a game, in a big match of Underworlds, and with 2 warbands that you don't get to see a ton.
That's right. Yeah, it's really exciting times.
Very happy with this round. We will let the players sort of resolve their post-match discussion, and we're going to be breaking for lunch, so maybe we can see about getting somebody on for a bit of an interview to talk through their deck and why they made some of their decision making.
Yeah.
But for now,
sounds good.
For now, we're gonna just drop back to the game feed, and we've
entering scores.
I believe just got players clarifying for BCP that they have the scores for each other.
Tight matches. I think they said the glory total was 31-30. That can't be
across all 3 games.
Across all 3 games. That seems low.
Could have been.
14-9. Up. So wrapping things up, packing things up.
Yeah, reporting the judges at this point.
So, I think why don't we break? We can throw up the screensaver. We'll see if maybe we can come back for this stream before we start the next one with an interview.